Good day and good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for another day and more opportunities. Thank you for all of your provisions, for all of your blessings, and thank you for your kindness and your goodness and your mercy and your faithfulness. And Father, I ask for strength and for wisdom and discernment for anybody that decides to trade along as well. Grant us all strength and discernment. In the name of Jesus, amen. Okay. So during the Tokyo session last night, we had State of the Union, and not a whole lot happened actually, surprisingly, through that. Thought there would be a whole lot more action, but nothing went as I expected there. Just had this little Aussie news last night or during the London session, and then this morning we've got just some yellow folders. So not much to bring high volatility. Doesn't mean there won't be some high volatility. We just don't have the high impact news. So yeah, just nothing really to look out for. Just some yellow folders. So they could turn into something, but I don't usually place too much value on this type of stuff. So I guess we'll see what happens. I'm already in a couple positions here. My account is down last night. I made a terrible mistake. I can't believe I'm having to say it. Yesterday, I had a pretty big position that I held through the afternoon, and I completely had expected it to come down to these lows. So I was holding through here, expecting it to come down and test these lows, and it never quite made it. And so I just barely started to try and I was just starting to be in profits on this trade, and so I just started to take some losses and some wins, and then the market just turned around and came all the way back and ran fully against me, and I ended up taking a loss in here rather than profits. I was profitable down here, just was barely profitable, and so I expected it to come down further, and so I hadn't taken all my position off when I definitely wish I had. So I ended up taking a loss there, and then I just got so upset and angry with myself that I hadn't taken the profits down here. And so I ended up getting this little mini revenge state in here. This hour bar closed above all these highs, and so I thought, okay, for sure it's going long. So I put really tight stop loss and went in pretty heavy, and it ran down immediately and hit my stop loss there. And then I did it again on an even tinier stop. So I ended up a big stop, a really small stop, and then a tiny stop. And then I reassessed. I ended up getting back into some long positions, and I made longs all through here. Pulled myself together and recovered a little, but I am a little bit further down than yesterday now due to that mistake. I hate to say it, but I definitely made a mistake. So today I have to be super careful to just follow those rules again and not do that. Yeah, and I lost a little bit more in my Alveo account too, but I should be able to get it back if I could just follow my rules again. So just back to the old faithful way of trading that produces income. I'm already in a couple positions. I think I already said that. Just on this pullback. And I'm just going to come in here and draw that line right in here. That will be another good resistance point. Good morning, Larry. Good to have you. How are you doing today? Doing all right. Thank you. Just trying to make sure I keep my head in a good space for today. Trade with my rules. So we don't really have any high impact news today, so I don't know what type of market we'll get, but hoping we get a little bit better volatility than yesterday. I had this pretty interesting run up and down last night. I really got the impression from the State of the Union that people were feeling uh, bearish on the dollar weakness. And so I ended up going some longs through here. And in my mind, I thought for sure this was just going to keep going up. But it just completely reversed and came all the way back down. So totally did not expect that at all. But because that has happened, my thoughts are just taking some profit there. My thoughts are that we'll come back down and test this level and probably break it and try and get down to these lows. If we're just following that pressure that's been coming in recently, especially from last night, now that those probably those 4-hour candles are well, I guess maybe the 4 hours not quite looking that great, but the 1 hour is a pretty good rejection to the top upside. So I think I'll be staying on the short side. Yeah, after effect from the speech, it's just not. I just did not have a good read on it. Like, I'm glad I didn't continue trying to hold longs. That would have been really bad. But I'm regretting not holding my shorts. See how much of a run that was. I think it was like 35 pips. 36 pips back down. They can just run up a little bit more. I'll short it again. Back up into these highs. Did you do any trading last night during the Tokyo session, Larry? Okay, I'm gonna get one more trade back. Oh, it wasn't a great fill. And let's just see. This run back up is now 16, 17 pips. Back up. No trading for you. Last night, I was just so reminded that there really is no pain and suffering if you just follow your rules perfectly, other than it feels hard in the moment to follow your rules. But the end result will always be good. You're never going to be hurting because you followed your rules. But it is kind of like it hurts. It's hard just to follow them in the moment. Okay, one more trade here, and then I'll have to wait till it gets up to the red line. You were just matching that previous high. And now we have a 4.5 to 5 pip run up in this cycle. So we should see it's slowing down on its up move, so we very well could still see it turn around here. Or just continue up. So we'll get into a stack of 4 trades up here, the red line. And then I'll have to get rid of at least 1 or 2 of those losses on the downside. Yeah, there's a good bunch of resistance on that line. So I'll put a decent stack. Four trades should be good. There's one candle in the breakout of that high. So we'll see if we get one more candle. And it seems like it didn't want to go up to all the way up to the red line. At least not yet. If we get another push up to these highs, I'll start layering in, start adding trades into this layer, because it's seeming to be slowing down before the red line, which is also a definite possibility when we look back at all the other times. Like we had it stop here before the red line, and this one touched it, but we had some more points that weren't quite hitting that red line, so it could just be slowing down before that. Seems like it is. Oh, I didn't. What did we start at? 9736. I just need to check. I think I did write it down. 9736. Yep. Larry, do you usually trade the Tokyo session, or oh, Vin will be joining up as he has friends over? Yeah, he told me that too. It's very thoughtful of him to let me know. Yeah. Do you regularly trade the Tokyo session, or regularly not trade, or just sometimes? Usually do for about an hour. Yeah, that's good. Usually the first hour of the open is pretty good, and then it slows down pretty quick. I was telling Vin actually, I think next week we'll try and schedule a Tokyo session, live session. These past couple weeks have just been really busy for me, and I imagine this week also will uh, also be pretty busy. So I'm hoping that we can finish our stuff up this week and then be able to take it a little bit easier next week. That is what I'm hoping, and if that's the case, I'll have a little bit more time to dedicate into this live trading, and then we could do a Tokyo session, which I think would be really fun to do. Try to be out of the market by 7:30 p.m. Central. Oh, that's good. That's a really good goal to have, because you know that actually past that time, it can often just start to drift away from you all the way into the London session. So if you can stop by that time and be out, have some profits, then you can go to sleep. Which a lot of times I end up uh, not getting out in time, and then I get stuck with positions, and then I'm in waiting all the way into the London session. But yeah, that timing is really good. All right, just bounced off that target. Did not quite get it. So we ran, bounced off the target, ran all the way back up, and we're just gonna see if we're gonna pop all the way up and test the highs, or if maybe we round over and create kind of like a little mini shoulder over here. If it runs up to the previous high, I'll get into a little bit of that 4 stack. that I was talking about. But it looks like maybe we're not going to get up there. Okay. There's one profit. See if we can keep pushing down. At the moment on the 1 minute chart, I am seeing this little kind of a little mini head and shoulders coming in. Like that. It seems like it is coming through. Okay, we've taken some more profit. There we go. And I just had one trade left over that I had placed even before our session. I'm gonna just take that one off for a loss because we got profits on everything else. And as it pulls back, I'll get into some more shorts again. Okay, if it just pops up a little, I'm gonna get ready to get into shorts. Right there. That was a little too early on the anticipation, but that's okay. While this is just floating around, barely doing anything, I just wanted to go check head on the schedule here to try and figure out where our next good high volatility is. So today is nothing really left on the forex calendar. But let's check tomorrow for Thursday. And we do have unemployment claims tomorrow morning. So that could bring us some decent volatility for tomorrow morning, but not much. Oh, we've got President Lagarde speaks during the Tokyo session in the middle of tonight for you and me, Larry. I haven't seen these speakers haven't been impacting the market too much recently. But tomorrow morning should be good trading. So want to make sure that we can survive until we get to tomorrow. If not, make some decent little bit of money before then, and then hopefully make good money while there's higher volatility. And then what's happening Friday? German prelim all day on the euro. Core PPI during our session on Friday. So Friday morning should be pretty good too. So Thursday morning and Friday morning look pretty good. But there's not much going on until then. And we just took profits on that trade also. All right, well, it's not a bad start. I'm going to get ready for any pullback and I'll just get into the shorts again. I feel pretty confident we're going to go short from this point forward. So I may go a little bit heavier on the next few stacks. I'm going to get into one here. And also, I don't expect bigger moves today because there isn't at least any scheduled higher impact news. So I'm going to take that into consideration and probably just add one or two more trades into my stacks, into my short stacks in here. Nothing crazy, just a couple little one or two more extra trades per into my stacks. And actually, I'm gonna just take profit off this one and just see if it ends up just running back down. We'll just let one float around, see if it turns into a bit bigger profit. I have a feeling it will. So let's just leave one on, and then we may build ourselves a little bit of a longer term position. I'm thinking that we'll end up at least testing down here, and I think probably break it. But if we do test, even if we do test, this would be a nice position to hold all the way down to there. So I think that's a solid plan. Yeah, so if we ran up, that was 35 pips. So that's the high of the day. And we got an average of about 60 or 70 pips. So we could travel down to here pretty easily on an average daily range down to here, which is, so that's about another 40 pips. So we ran about 35 pips up. It could definitely run another 40 back down to get our average daily range. So we'll see if that's what we get. That's what I'm leaning towards. Considering that average daily range. When you try to be out of the market by 7:30 p.m. Central Time, do you find that you end up getting stuck sometimes? And will you trade into the London session to get yourself into some profits or out of your trades in some way? that time. Like you just every time you make sure to be out at 7:30. That's also a good rule. If it's consistent, then it is a good rule, generally speaking. So if you do just decide to get out at that time every day or every time that you're in there, that's a good rule to have too. All right, seems like we're trying to break back up. Gonna fade into one position right here. Then I'll get into a couple in this range, and then I'll get into 4 up here. That's how I'm going to stack my trades. Probably another couple up here, and then 4 up in the highs. Like, yeah, much better stack up here. All right, just starting to run up, so I'll just fade into one position right here. Oh, what happened there? Did I not click it? One. Oh, okay. Didn't get a very good fill or good timing. I think my platform just placed another trade. Okay. Get into another one there. 1, 2, 3. I'm miscounting here now. Now I'm in a little bit too heavy. It's okay. It's just a little bit. Just a touch heavier than I want it to be, but that should still be fine. Okay, are we seeing this be, oh, is this now becoming our apex candle right here? It seems like it. And we're just breaking the low of that candle. So we could be seeing a 3-bar reversal come in here. And we got the close below, so it is officially a 3-bar reversal. So we had that bearish bar come in with a strong close to the downside and a wick on the top. And then we had this little candle come in with a wick on the top as well. So it's rounding over and starting to head back down at the moment. And we're taking some profits on that stack. Perfect. I'm gonna just switch these and I'm gonna take a small profit on this bottom one instead, if I can. I'm gonna just switch the position so that I keep the better one. So right and about here, if I can just get it to push down a little bit more, I'll take it off at like a break even or just a small win. Just gonna add back into that short. It didn't quite turn into, didn't follow through just yet. Get into another couple up here. Okay, add one here. That target comes in a good spot. This one down here is just a little out of range, so I'm just going to bring it up just a little so that they're both closing before having to make new lows. And then if we can get these profits on that one, I'll just take that bottom one off for like a break even or a small loss just to get it off. Okay, there's some profit there. We're almost down onto those lows. As soon as we get to those lows, I'm going to take that bottom trade off. Pretty much as soon as that target gets hit there. Got my finger on the trigger for the close right there. And we got a little profit on it actually. And then what I like to do is just make sure that this one is secure. Then if it runs back up, we can just get into another trade. But for now, it's something like when I do this, I just completely forget about it now. I can just let it do whatever it wants, and it's just a free trade. And I'll just add a short back here. Target comes right on to the lows. All right. It pops back up. I'll short it again. Oh, might be just getting profit right away. Yep. Profit on that trade. That was a really good one. That trade lasted all of 10 seconds or less, I think. Then I'm going to just shimmy that stop loss down just above that pivot. So it makes a little bit more profit if it goes back up. I'm going to add a short right on this little pullback. Okay, if it runs back up to these highs, I'll short it again. Finally got out with a little profit in pre-fund. Good. Had you been shorting earlier this morning, or is this a trade from like last night or something? Yeah, you were shorting. Are you using take profits, Larry? Do you have those take profits on, or are you just taking them manually? There's a profit again. It's another good little trade. Oh, on UJ. Got sometimes 5 or 10 pips. Oh, you were shorting UJ? And we were also shorting the euro. That's interesting. Usually, I mean, I guess sometimes that does happen. Usually they're negatively correlated. So if the euro dollar is heading down, the UJ heads up. But sometimes it's not always the case. So I guess maybe they are both heading down at the moment. So my rule is to always lock in those profits behind the 5-minute candle. And we've got just a little bit left. Oh, there's the candle close. So I can just trail that stop loss down to there on the 5-minute candle and secure more profit. So if this pops up, I'm going to short it again. And at this rate, yeah, we should get right down to those lows. We've got some energy in the market. Something to take note of. From up here to here, we ran 10 pips. From this point to this pivot now, we have run 12 pips at this point. So, and we're coming into some lows. So it is starting to be a good time on the 1-minute price cycles for a pullback. So that's something to take note of. You want to be shorting right at the bottom here when it's a good spot for the market to pull back. But what are we doing over here in the longer time frame? Does this count as a head and shoulders over here? Over here, this is the 5-minute chart from last night. What do you think, Larry? Does this count as a head and shoulders? Are people going to see it that way? Because if they do, we could see this break down like I was thinking. We'd see it break all those lows. What are your thoughts on that? Do you call that a head and shoulders? In Alveo, my take profits are at 2 pips. You think so? Yeah, I think so too. So on any of the pullbacks back up, I'm going to get into this because we're starting to enter higher probability trade setup. I'm going to now start getting into it a little bit heavier. And I'm going to hold a couple positions for the break. So I'm going to get into one here. And then I'm going to remove that take profit. And I'm also going to do the same on my LVO. And anytime that pulls back now, I'm going to hold these trades for a break lower. And we'll trade for that pattern that's coming in on the 5 minute or 5 in the 15 minute. I think if we pull up the 15 minute, yeah, it's still, that looks pretty good too. At least for at least for it to try and break, and as long as it tries to break, we can secure those trades for profit. I think I lost my mic on the other one. I don't know if you were able to hear. What I was saying, hold on one sec. I gotta plug these in because these are rechargeable. Yeah, I'm not sure if what I was saying came through. But I'm thinking that maybe this price cycle came down too soon in order to fulfill that head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart, rather than if it had taken its time to come down and try and break over here in time, it would have been a stronger shoulder. So I'm thinking that's something to take note of. Is I think that's partly why it ran back up, is because it actually came down too soon. So I'm going to keep that in mind going forward. Like, I kind of knew that, but I wasn't paying close enough attention to the time cycle on this up leg, and I should have been paying more attention. It still could come back down, but I'm just not so confident of that anymore, especially as we've got this pivot here and then another pivot down. We're starting to build another pivot right here, and this thing could just run right back up. So might have to just work our way out of that. I didn't really want to do that, but so I'm just not adding trades here just yet because I'm going to have to save my capital if this runs up here, because I've got too much down here to trade here. So it's either going to have to come back down or it's going to have to go way up here for me to start trading short again to start working out of that position. So it's just a waiting game through here for now, unfortunately. And we've got a pattern that is just working against us now. We've got this, I'm going to just get rid of all these things. Objects list. Now what I'm seeing that we've got is we've got this pivot coming in here. And then we've got this one down here. And then we've got this one right here. So are we creating an inverse head and shoulders for this market to go and run up now? That's what I'm concerned about. And so if that's the case, I want it to run and get all, I don't want to be adding shorts here if it's just going to take off. So I think that's just important to note that shorting here is not good in case it decides it's going to run up. It sure would be nice if it just came right back down, but I think I'm going to have to prepare to fix it with shorts way up here. slightly good sign that it's seems like it's not able to make its run up just yet. So that's working in favor. Maybe we can come back down. So we'll see. Definitely not out of the woods yet. This could very well still run up, but it is starting to just start to roll over in our favor. So let's see if it can make that turn back down. Okay, we actually have that market trying to make a turn right now. If we can get it to hold below this, then we actually have a turn and the market has the ability to come back. So I think that might be a turn on the 15-minute chart. What that looks like here. So we got another few minutes on that. Yeah, it could be a turn on the 5-minute, although it's just right as we say that it's popping back up. Yeah, we shall see. It could roll back over. Just don't feel so confident in that anymore. It could roll back over. Okay, we got a wick on the top side. That's in favor. And now the downside about this is if I wasn't so heavy here, I could have made some profits through this consolidation. Let's just see how big this range is. We had just maybe 2 pips in there. So we could have maybe but from here to here, now we've got 5 pips, 4 or 5 pips. So there's one stack of trades that we could have had in favor if I hadn't have placed as many here, but I was just kind of prepared to do that because the market was looking really strong to the downside, so I went a little heavier. So it's just all give and take and a balance. We'll just have patience and then see what the market gives us next. And now it looks like we're starting to see that pivot come in over here on this inverse head and shoulders, now completely against us. See that pattern now? That's very much going the other way. And then what I'm even more concerned about is if this is going to turn into that big double bottom pattern, then this market can just go flying back up. And at that point, I'm not sure what we're going to do, because it will be really hard to wobble out of that if it's going to double bottom and just take off to the upside. That's going to be a real challenge. I'm not sure what we're going to do. The other possible scenario is there is a chance that maybe this could actually come back down and then we turn into an M or double top in our favor. That's a possibility. So we really just got to hold and wait and kind of just survive for the next bit to get some more information. We got 15 minutes or 13 minutes to the hour. And that is something I'm going to pay so much more attention to. Is just this, what looked like was a shoulder. It was too early, it was too soon. And that's why it's bouncing up. Okay, I'm gonna just add one here. I'm gonna just take that profit off. But I'm gonna really just play it super light up here in case this market just goes running up. Because if that's the case, we're probably gonna have to ride this leg all the way up to here and then have to try and get some shorts up there to get them off the books down here. So we need to put in a big short position up here in order to get out of this. Well, we've got 6 minutes to the top of the hour. And if that closes strong, that could be the signal for this double bottom to head up to the upside. I need to be able to risk to here without taking losses. So I really can't add much into this position because I need to save my shorts all the way for up here. Unless we happen to get a bounce and a reversal on the hour and this heads back down. That would be best case scenario, but not really banking on that. I'm thinking we're going to have to deal with it running up here and then potentially getting a shot at bouncing off of that trend line and this old high somewhere over here. Put in a pretty big size short there and then try and catch a bounce down to get rid of all these positions. So that's going to be the plan, and it may take a while. I mean, I think it's just important to have a plan in place. Definitely. So I think that's good. If this runs up, we wait until it gets to that zone. And then put in a good size position in here somewhere. And then catch a leg down off of that. And get rid of all that position. So put a good size short. And then wobble out of all that position on this leg. So that's what I'm thinking. So for now, I just gotta wait. Yeah, and that position would be pretty much a full size position for me. So that would be like 32 trades right at the top with my stop loss right behind that high. Because that's right at the end of the line for me. So that's where I can get in my heaviest. And if I were to get into my heaviest trade layer, that would allow me enough profit here to get out and break even or profits. So it's definitely just going to be a patience game, and then even that might not happen either. So I don't know. But for now, I just can't really add capital here because I'm going to need to save it for up here. It's all about survival and not overspending. And went a little heavy on the downside here, so now I just can't add anything now. Otherwise, if we hadn't placed so much down there, we could be shorting here and wobbling out of the positions. But I was anchoring in, see if we could catch that bigger play, that head and shoulders bigger play. So we can still work out of this. It's just probably going to take time. Just about to enter the new hour. And sometimes at this hour we get a reversal, so maybe there's a chance we will see this pivot back down. Just not so sure. Let's assume it's going to go up, and we'll work with that later. But there's a chance it could come back down from here. Maybe we get a pivot in here and have the leg back down. That sure would be nice. Will the market be nice to us? That's the thing. And then what would the hour chart look like? I guess the hour chart could still look like a head and shoulders, even if that came back down, then we could be seeing that be a shoulder and this be the head, and then this could be a shoulder still. So I guess there's still a chance on the longer term chart for that to come around in favor. We'll have to make sure that we get rid of those trades if it does come back down. we'll get rid of those bottom ones as the market extends down into it. Okay, we're building a consolidation here. Oops. That is a 3 pip range, pretty tight. And go with one last position right here. Okay, so that was a pretty good little rejection to break to the top side. So that's actually a really good sign that we might get a turn. And it is doing it right as we speak. So we stand a chance here. We do stand a chance. So how far do we need to come back now? So that's about 15, 16 pips back down. Oh, we're getting a turn back up now. Look at that 5-minute chart. Oh, hey, Vin. That's good. You got up in the night to hear Trump's speech for an hour and hit the sack after the market didn't move much. Yeah, it really didn't move much. It was surprising. Left some trades on, made green when it moved up. That's good. I did not have a good night at all. And it looks like this market's about to run up on us now, too. I'm just on the wrong side again. That was, I really need to make sure I don't make that mistake again. Then I was saying that we were anchoring for this to be a little head and shoulders over here and then over here. Right in here. And so we were building some shorts in here for a continuation down. But the exact opposite happened, unfortunately. And I'm thinking that this shoulder actually was too soon. It was too early to be a good shoulder. And so that's why it took off. So the time cycle was the important thing to notice on here. It came down too soon to make a good shoulder. And I should have known that. I've been aware of that before, and I just so now we're in this up running leg, and I really need to hold all my capital for all the way up here now because I had oversized a little down here thinking that we were in the favor. And so now I really got to hold off so that I can place shorts all the way up here. So now I'm just stuck waiting and on the wrong side of things, which is super not fun. So I'm probably going to be here a while waiting this one out. If it runs up, I was telling Larry that if this market runs up, I'll be waiting for it to come all the way up to this old high, and also this trend line is coming in over in this spot, so we could see a pivot here. So I'm going to get in a really heavy position right here, and it's right before my stop losses, which is right above that high. So it's a good place to stop out if it's going to keep going. So I'm going to get into my heaviest position right there and see if I can wobble out of it and get my to a break even or maybe a tiny bit of profit somewhere in here. So that's my plan for now. But that's going to be like, I could be hours now waiting for this to all play out. So, and then still it could just run up. This could turn into like a solid double bottom and just be a launch pad for the market to just go up. So, not in a very good position, and I can't really do much about it right now. So, I'm kind of just in a waiting game. So, that's where we're at. Glad you made some profits last night. I find sometimes I just like I leave my chart on the longer time frame just so that I don't get too fidgety and add too soon, because it's very easy when you're on the 1 minute chart to add uh, just add positions when you see it move. And I know that I can't add capital into this right now, so I've just got I just have to sit patiently now. It's a bummer. Yeah, I gotta wait for it to come all the way up here, and then I'm gonna be probably like 1.5% down, and then I'll add my last big position up there. And then if it runs up, I'll probably be at 2% loss. Or if it does run down, then I can maneuver out of this position. So definitely no certainty, and the probability is not really in my favor. But well, I guess in the long run, with the 15-minute trend, this is like the hours and the 15 minutes. There is still a good amount of pressure heading down, so maybe this turns into something, but I just don't like right now we got this double bottom that we're fighting against. So that's not really in favor. Yeah, it made a big move down last night, ran down for like 40 pips, and now here we're here taking off back to the upside now. So I'm going to start fading into some shorts up here. And I'm going to take off my take profits because I'm going to have to just carefully maneuver out of this uh, with less trades on. Just because I have less to work with, so I need to make more per trade. So because I have to make more per trade, I'm going to put on less trades and try and make more on each trade. So I'm going to just slowly fade into this and see if we get a bounce in here. Not ideal at all. Do not want to make that mistake again of getting into that shoulder when it wasn't a shoulder, it was too soon. I'm just putting socks on here. Okay, I'm just gonna fade. Slowly fade into this. So that trend, so this old high and this trend line should start to offer some resistance from it just taking off. Let's go check the 1 minute chart now. So it's really had a good strong run. And here's the benefit is it took off a little bit too hard. Look how strong that run is on the 1 minute chart. So I'm going to fade that even more. Going to get into a couple more shorts and take those take profits off. That was a very strong move. It's almost a little bit too strong. Really strong move to the upside. And I think that's because it double bottomed here. But here's the thing. It's going really strong into much greater resistance overhead. So when you get a market that runs really strongly into a significant resistance point, this is the type of market that actually might whip right back down. So that would be really cool. I'm not expecting it to, but it's something I'm considering because of how fast it ran up into that heavy overhead resistance. It ran up really fast. So that might be in favor. We'll see. I don't know, right? I don't know which way the market's going to go, but that's just how I'm reading it at the moment. And I've definitely seen that type of market turn into a whipsaw and head back down before. So that's just what I'm seeing right now. It ran up really fast. And it may have been just a little too fast. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to keep adding shorts as it runs up. I want to try and get them at the tops. If this is going to be a top, I want to have my shorts at the top. And I know this is a little bit of a different method today, but it's still very much using the same wobbling technique to maneuver out of the losses. So I'm just showing you how to do it with a little bit less position because I use more position on the bottom side. I'm doing it in a bit of a slower method, which can still work really well too. So we'll see. This is not game over at all just yet. It is game over if this market takes off and hits that first stop loss. That is game over. But until that point, we're definitely still in the game. So not ideal, but this is trading, right? You got to deal with the punches as you go. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. I think it went too quick, too soon, too quick. I think it did. Okay. Hey guys, I think I told Larry yesterday, but I'm taking my wife and I are doing a cleanse and a fast. So I'm taking these lemon drinks. So we got maple syrup, organic squeezed lemons, and distilled water. And that's to help create a more alkaline body. It helps to flush, helps to detoxify and reset the body and the gut. And so I gotta chug one of these back. But okay, guys, look at that. See, it is. There we go. Okay, cheers to the move in favor. All right. So that's a bit of a good sign. And crude oil in 10 minutes, Vin. Yeah, 8 minutes. All right. So we're just gonna play this one the slow methodology because of how I got in at the wrong time. We're just gonna do this the really slow way, the really slow wobble, and we'll see if we can maneuver out of these positions. Okay, got a really good topping type pattern coming in favor. So I'm gonna just hang on to that for now. That is what I was expecting when I said it ran up a little too quick. I think this is the topping pattern we may see. We may see this actually come back down. So for now, we'll just hang on to it. You definitely could take profits on a big chunk of that if you want. Take a big chunk of profits, and then you could take a loss or two. You can take some of the losses down there. That's one way you can do it. And sometimes I do that, but I'm going to use a little discretion and say that this is a pretty good topping pattern to hold on to. It may run back up, but I'm going to just lean into the slower play today. Let's see if that pays off. We shall see. Maybe that crude oil will come in and help the dollar. That would be kind of nice at this point. Could use a strong dollar to get all that move back in favor. Let's measure and see what we've moved. So in total, we've now ran up 29 pips, almost 30 pips again. Pretty big swing. Pretty big swing today. Okay, 5 minutes to crude oil. I really think it ran too fast to get up into there. And we have a lot of sellers over here. Let's go back to the 15-minute chart. I just want to show like this trend line coming in here and this new high from the London session last night. And it ran hard into that zone. That trend line there's a lot of sellers right there, and we can see them come in. So we'll see, because this market could come all the way back. I don't want to say it's going to come all the way back down because that's a 30 pips all the way back. But the price cycles are big. If we look at the price cycles today, through the London session, we ran up 36 pips. So our price cycles are big today now. So there is a chance that this actually could come all the way back down. At least we could start to get out of some of the positions at some point. But now I'm going to just say let's wait and see if crude oil is positive on the dollar, and we'll see what that turns into. Actually, also, let's check the 1 hour chart. Because if that 1 hour candle comes in with a big wick, it's going to bring the sellers back. So let's see how that hour candle closes, and we'll hold on to those upper positions for now. Okay. Okay, this is looking good. Okay, 2 minutes and change. That 1 hour, or here's that 1 minute chart. We're starting to get the head and shoulders coming in here. Right in here. That's looking really good. So that gives me reason to just hang on rather than take profits, because we could take profits on that big chunk and then get rid of some of these losses. That's one way to do it, but I'm going to hold on because I think this is actually starting to really shape up to continue down. And just pull up the Forex Factory on my phone so I can see it in real time. Okay. Crude oil in 1:40. And then some FOMC members speaking a little bit later. I don't recognize those guys' names, so I don't imagine they'll be moving the market. Okay, 1 minute to the news. Thirty seconds. Mm-hmm. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see what we get. Oh, it's negative 16 million. Uh-oh. I'm going to take profits on that. On those profit. Yeah. And then I'm going to take a loss there. Gotta quickly get out of some of these. Darn. Huh. At the moment, I expected a quicker negative response with that. Like that's pretty bad for the dollar. How come people are not running up with the euro dollar? Right? That's a pretty negative number for crude oil. Oh, because the forecast was 1.8 million. Okay, well, at the moment, people don't seem to care. I'm gonna just get back in short. Like people don't seem to care about it. So I'm gonna add a couple here. And let's see how that hour candle closed. And you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of all these objects. Can't see what's going on anymore. I'm gonna put that one. Okay, so that hour candle, that's a big wick. That's a pretty big rejection. Wait a sec. Why is that? Oh, we're the half hour mark, not at the hour. Okay, so I'm going to draw that trend line back in and just hold that thought on the chart. Yeah, we just about hit that trend line. Okay, gonna add another short here. We'll see if we get, so now what's got to happen, if it's going to come in favor, it's going to have to break this little trend, which it could do. Or it could bounce back up here, so be careful not to add too much at the wrong spot because it could bounce right back up and then have another shot at the highs, and I'll short back up there again. But we did book a few profits on that. It was like 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 4. Like $10, and then I took like $10 in losses. So I essentially lightened up the position, which is good. Oh, let's pull up the trade history. Yeah, so he took some profits there and took a big one of those big losses off the bottom, and then a little loss there. So we lightened up the position. So this is still the slow game for today. But doing the same thing though, like when I'm taking my profits and losses, I'm doing the same thing. It's just the good thing is with that last wobble, we got a much bigger chunk of profit on fewer trades. So that was a really good play. We're just going to need to do that a few more times, or this market's going to have to come down. But it could come up, and we could maybe do that again. Do that maybe a few times if it plays up in the upper ranges. Definitely could come back up and have another shot at the highs. Kind of wouldn't mind it to go up fast again and then maybe get smashed back down for a double top. See what that 5-minute chart looks like. It's just fighting with this little 1-minute trend. It's fighting with it. Okay, I'm just gonna add there. And just maybe just leave some take profits on now, and I can chip away at some of these losses. Okay, it's looking like we're gonna break and run up back up again as we clear these highs from back here. Start to open up the door for it to run back up. So I'm gonna put in a big stack up here again, but probably I didn't get it heavy enough the first time because I thought I was gonna go a bit higher. So I can't go too heavy. I can go heavy enough that because I'm stopping out pretty much as soon as we break that high. So if I'm going off of that high over there, my stop loss is going to be pretty much just beyond that high. So to here, that's 5, 6 pips, so 7 pips. So I can get into a really good size position there, right in here. And that's pretty much my last position. But it'll be heavy because my stop loss is going to be, you can see my first stop loss is just beyond this pivot. So I'm going to go into a big position up here. So I'm going to slowly fade this because it's actually not, it's kind of struggling to get back up there. So I'm going to fade that. And I'm going to leave these take profits off. Okay, starting to see a turn. Right in here, bumping right back into that trend support on this 1 minute chart trend. If we can break back through there, the chance we get a leg down. But I think the higher probability is that we bounce back up from here. So let's see. There's that little bounce. Just want to keep measuring and see what the price cycles are. So that's 4 pips back up now. All right, getting ready for this to run back up. I'm going to start fading that. Okay. Get into this one pretty good right here. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go take profits off. And I might have to get ready to stop out. Okay. So that trend support from the hourly chart should come in here. Because that was a strong candle again, trying to run up. And it was a little too quick, I think. That was a really strong push up. So I faded it. We got some positions in a pretty good spot. So let's see if we get a bounce or if we actually can follow through to the upside. So that was, now that 1 minute price cycle is a 10 pip run. So now we've run up 10 pips into that strong resistance. So it's a good reason for it to bounce. Doesn't mean it will. It might just keep going up, but I'm thinking maybe that was a little too soon again. A little too quick, too soon, a little too quick, too soon. Definitely would have knocked out a bunch of people on stop losses on that last pivot because we broke that old high. Ten minutes to the hour. Is there anything else at the top or bottom of the hour? Oh, FOMC member Schmidt speaks. He's at 11, or she, I don't know. Okay, so like I was saying, it was a little bit too quick, and it looks like it is showing us that it was maybe a little too quick because that market's coming right back. Nice, 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 nice. That's right there. That's us depending on those hour trend players to come in. That's where we're getting the help from those bigger players are coming in and smashing it down. All right, I just want to look at the 5-minute chart here for a sec. And we could turn this into a double top. If this closes back down, I'm going to just hold my position rather than taking some profits here because I feel like those hour chart players really are coming in. I think we're seeing them come in here. And that smash back down to the second one, that's really giving me a strong sign that those bears are coming in pretty good. So I'm just going to hold that position right now instead of taking those little profits. I know this is discretionary, but it is still very similar to wobbling while taking profits. This time I had overspent down there, so I've got to make my trades work for more profits per trade. Okay, 4 minutes to the top of the hour. Or the bottom of the hour? What do you call that? Top or the bottom? Okay. There's those bears coming in. See what that 5-minute chart looks like. Good amount of volatility coming in here. Okay, 2 minutes to the hour. We've got another wick on top. I don't know, it's still kind of pressuring up though. I know those bears came in aggressively a couple times, but the bulls are still pushing it up. Huh. I just fade into a little bit more. That's not what I wanted to see. The bulls are just pushing back pretty hard, and the bears had their shots, but the bulls are coming in a little too strong. We'll see if they come back in again. They've come in twice strong. They've smashed it down twice. Will we get them to come in a third time? That's the question. If we get them to come in a third time really strong, that could be what sends this market back down, but I don't know. I really don't know. It just feels like I'm going to hit my stop loss today again. Those bears gotta come here on this trend line. If they don't, I'm probably gonna have to stop out. Okay, I'm gonna just fade that a little bit more. You can see my dollar value is going down. I've got 2% or that stop loss. They're gonna line up pretty close. It'll either be the stop loss or the 2% will kick in and shut it down. Let's put one more up here. Man, I can't believe I'm gonna hit my stop loss again. Just having a really bad run. Well, there's a little bit of a topping pattern that's come in. I'm not convinced that's the top, though. Yeah, Vin, it definitely did hit some 1 hour resistance. That trend and that past pivot high from a little while ago, the London session high. So, and that trend support or trend resistance. It's looking like it might want to pop back up again. Let's bring this over here. Yep, there it goes. Trying to see I want to give it just a tiny bit of breathing room on this top over here, because I just have this feeling that it's going to come and try and break that high from the London and then get smashed back down. So I'm just going to give it a tiny bit of breathing room. I've got a little bit of risk left in this trade to give it that little bit. So let's find where is the next 886, 8. Okay, so 8100 right there. That would be a really good spot for it to tap and just break that London high and then still get smashed back down. So I don't know if it's going to get smashed back down. I just feel like it's going to want to at least try and break that high, which it's just about there. And then I'm just going to have to bring all these down just to make sure that I don't have a just ripping market that takes off. Oh boy, man, it's been a difficult week. All right, well, that's the end of the game right up there. Oh, Vin. Good trading. Well, I guess just having a really difficult few days. But you guys see the end of the line. You guys know where this trade stops out. That's where the end is. So who knows? Maybe it bounces back down. But you know where the game is over, and I'm just gonna leave that there. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna let this thing keep playing out. I'm gonna let the YouTube live keep going because I want to leave these recordings on so people can see how the whole session goes. So you can just like skip through it if you want to go and check through recordings later. So I'm gonna let this recording keep going, but I probably am gonna. I'll just maybe be in and out for the next little bit. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Larry. It's always good to have you guys. I am gonna, I gotta take off for a few minutes, but I'm gonna leave this on and I might pop back in and out as this plays out. But I got some things I gotta do. So you guys have a really good rest of your day, and feel free to check in on this if you want. I'm gonna leave it running until it either hits a stop loss or maybe it bounces back down. We'll find out. Okay. Have a good rest of your day, guys.